Actually, I am using Italian Terra Rosa. Super similar to burnt sienna, but not quite as hot as burnt sienna. I tend to prefer it. Just a personal preference. Now that I have stuff on here, I am going to have to adjust the angle because I am catching all kinds of glare. That's better. And maybe I can adjust the angle for you guys a little bit so it's not as skewed, though a little bit of skewing, well, we're not going to be able to get away from that. Cool. And today we're actually doing a portrait, an actual portrait, so from reference. If I'd thought about it, I would have put the reference up on the stream as well, but it's all a learning process at this point. And let's just figure out where I want my, roughly where I might want some skin tones to be, so we can keep that a little lighter and thinner in the paint. Underpainting. Yeah, I'll tend to use alizarin crimson and ultramarine for black sometimes. So I added, over here I added Payne's Gray onto my palette. Also on top of the manganese I added cerulean. I love manganese. Cerulean's just a little bluer, right? Like not quite as green as manganese, and works really nicely at a higher value. I mean, they both do. They're just a little different. I want, what brush do I want? I'll just use this guy. The nice thing with actually using some reference is then I don't have to worry as much about getting a drawing in, you know. I mean, I'm still about to lay in some landmarks, but I don't want to get too like prescriptive on that. And generally, if I'm working from reference, I try to do more site size type stuff. So I like to have the reference at the same size that I'm actually going to paint, right? Visually. So it might be bigger, but my screen that it's on is back further. So I'm pretty much going for like a 1-to-1 ratio, right? And it takes a bit of the guesswork out of it. Push this guy back a little bit. I was like looking down on it just a little too much. Sorry, all these initial adjustments I'm gonna have to make. Hopefully once I kind of dial this setup in, I won't have to fuck with it so much. I would rather have the camera shooting over my right shoulder rather than the left. But I don't have anything I can mount it to on the right, so oh well. Yet another thing I will have to figure out. I mostly just want some of the major landmarks and maybe dark shapes. And hopefully I won't have to make too many micro adjustments along the way, but that's asking a lot. Yeah, it's true. It wouldn't get in the way. I may just have to adjust my lighting. There's a slight shadow being cast here, but I don't think it matters too much, and it's hard to see on the stream, and it doesn't really bother me because it's out of the way. You know, it's not anything crazy. A little bit of structural indication, you know, always kind of helps me a little bit. Oh, is he doing a workshop this month? Sean's a badass, dude. Or did the further lockdowns get it canceled? I see. Yeah. I know, he was pretty bummed because he doesn't get to do any of his, like, Rome workshops and stuff. But I think he gets to spend more time on the forge as a result. I think he's kind of stoked about that. But I know he liked traveling, doing those workshops. Okay. I know at the very least I think there's a class or two of his that you can buy. You know, it's not live, but it is him going through and doing a full alla prima thing, alla prima portrait. I know I've seen one where he paints John Paul, and then one where he paints Mr. Jeff Nentrup, who's one of my best friends and a fucking amazing painter himself. And those are so good. I mean, he gives so much information, you know, just as he's painting. It's pretty rad. Cool off. So one of the things I was running into with oil painting, like getting back into oil painting, I should say, is that the way I see now is a bit different than how I used to see. I think I have a better eye for subtle values and colors and stuff, and in a way it was kind of distracting me, and the way that I used to work, it just didn't seem to click with how I was seeing now. And so I'm having to sort of rethink my approach, which is why I was going to continue a painting on this stream, but right now, for my own purposes, it's kind of more important that I start paintings to try and figure out a good process for me. You know, I've tried a couple different ways that I used to do it, and you know, to varying degrees of success, only minor successes and only in parts of it. So, you know, I'm just kind of trying, I don't know, some different approaches. It's a good time for me to broaden my marks here a bit and not get so tight with stuff. And the nice thing is her hair is probably just slightly more red than the Terra Rosa, but not by much. And lock some of that in pretty quick. And yes, this is a portrait of my girlfriend, because in these COVID times, models are not readily accessible. And she's a fun challenge to paint. It's so funny because I can draw out of my head and half my drawings will look like her. But as soon as I try and do an actual portrait of her, it's a completely different challenge. And of course, like, you don't want to screw it up because it's a portrait of your girlfriend, and then you screw it up, she'll be like, excuse me? You think that's what I look like? Granted, she doesn't watch my live stream, so if I don't like how it turns out, I don't have to show it to her. Burnt umber is drying out here. Sometimes you just gotta squeeze some of that out. This is also where I really like Payne's Gray. It is a cool gray, but I much prefer it to black. One, it's not as strong. Two, it has a little more color than black. Three, it just works a little better as a shade. In the traditional sense of tints and shades, where shades was adding black and tints were adding white. And so I much prefer Payne's Gray to pretty much any black, even though it is significantly cooler. Like, it's almost a dark desatted blue. So this is a mongoose. And a mongoose is somewhere between a bristle and a sable. It's not as soft as sable and not as rough as a bristle brush. So I love the mongoose brushes. They are by far my favorite. Because you can do some of the marks that the soft brushes have, but you can also get texture in them like you would with a bristle. And for me, they're just kind of an ideal texture. I used to really like the bristle brushes, but I'm not a fan generally these days. I haven't been for a while. I mean, I have them. I have a couple, maybe. No, maybe I didn't pull them out. Yeah, I don't usually go as rough as a bristle brush anymore, like a hog's hair kind of thing. I don't really do that these days. I'm not sure what kind of background I'll do. It's sort of a, it was a shallow depth of field, so the background is pretty blurry, which is cool. I don't mind that. But I do like it's darker up top, and there's a kind of lost edge, which will be kind of fun, I think. Yeah, which, I mean, if you want that kind of texture, it's great, And I think it is good to know the differences and develop a feel for them, to so that you have the options as you're working, you know. Because you know, one of the most important things when painting is to vary your brush marks and vary your brushes, right? Because we don't want it to just be the same treatment all over, because that gets boring and predictable. So ideally we have a bit of I keep going down here for my palette because I'm so used to, I don't usually work with my palette vertically. Ooh, we're gonna have to be careful of that white. He is sliding down. I didn't have it as vertical before. I had it a little tilted, so none of the paint was going anywhere. Let's move this guy back up. Get up there. Probably get into a little bit of shadow colors here. Decide what I want to do with that. I was gonna say it's probably too cool, but I think it might not be actually. I think that's probably pretty good. It might be a little, no, it's good. Look at that. All this stuff is practice, you know, like a week ago when I was painting, this felt a lot more painful than it does today. So I mean, that's progress, you know, where I feel like I have some idea of what the hell I'm doing, even though I don't really. I'm kind of making it up as I go. Like I said, I'm sort of still looking for a process that works for me and something that feels good and fun, and so far I'm having a good time, so that's good. It's definitely a little warmer on stream than what I'm seeing, but I don't really think there's much I can do about that. Short of swapping out the cameras at some point, which I might do. I just really don't want to mount my DSLR up on a tripod and deal with all that. But I don't know. I might for painting, because I do feel like it would look infinitely better. And it's also a little tricky because the light that she is under, it was like the sun had just gone down, so it was just basically ambient light. So there aren't like hard shadows other than some of the occlusion shadows, you know, such as under her chin and back in the depths of the hair. So yeah, can be a little tricky. I always make the nose shadows significantly warmer to get that kind of blood under the flesh there. And actually, I don't want to be super like overly precise in this phase, to be honest. Like I want the marks to be accurate, like the placement of them, but I don't need the details just yet. It's too early for that. So better to loosen up some of this stuff. Because the other nice thing that then loosening up allows for is to kind of push and pull a little bit more. How is everyone's Monday night going? Or Monday day, or Tuesday morning, or whatever it is for you? That's happening on that side, so I don't want to bring too much warmth in there. So usually white and burnt sienna will pretty much get you to either burnt sienna or like a transparent red oxide or something along those lines. Could be Terra Rosa too. Will get you pretty much to a flesh tone that you can then push and pull, you know, warmer, cooler, you know, more red, more blue, more yellow, whatever you think it needs. Just in terms of like keeping color mixtures simple. There's kind of no sense in overthinking some of that stuff. Using a bajillion colors to get to burnt sienna and white. Oh, right on. Well, I'm glad you're going to be doing a ton of painting tomorrow. That's cool. I think, right? Is that cool? I think it's cool. Unless you're like literally like painting your house or something, and then maybe that's not as much fun. I'm kind of just seeing where some of the color shifts are. Because I'll definitely bring in some punchier colors. Kind of just trying to get some basics down there. A good example of punchier colors. And I'll tend to do this fairly often for whatever reason, mostly on the ears. Where I will just lay in a hot red on the ears and then sort of do some painting on top of it, but I tend to like the look of some of those hot colors popping through. So, well, good, I'm glad. Oh, right on. Are you happy with your results so far? Good. That's awesome. What, I don't really know what the challenge is. I know Hearthstone, but I don't actually know what the challenges or like what the benefits are. Like if you win, are there prizes or do you get art featured or like what's the upside of this? Of all the hard work. Too cool for that area. Going in almost like I would with watercolor right now. Lays down kind of a nice soft base color and then also like adds more paint to the canvas. Kind of allows me more room to just nudge colors around. Probably bring in a, I don't know if I want to go with a smaller brush just yet. Okay, yeah, that's cool. You know, I mean, these days, like, yeah, I mean, they use those challenges as ways to, you know, find new talent. So, I mean, that's the purpose of them. You know. So that's a good thing. So one of the things I've been trying to do, and I know I talked about this a little while ago, is not to get into hard edges too soon. You know, I'm trying to, because the hard edges are really for details, right? And I'm trying to get the forms where I want them to be. Rather than worrying about the little details just yet. So like I don't want any of the hard edges. I might get into some deep darks here though. Just now, because you know, that helps me to see where I'm going a little bit. And what I don't want to do is keep bringing this lighter and lighter. You know what I mean? If I get those deep darks in there, then that shows me I have plenty of room still to get darker in areas if I want to. Although right now, the value, even though the color in this area is a bit off, the value is kind of spot on. So that's cool. But you can see I throw in these accent darks and it kind of changes the key of the lighting. You know, starts to give us a better sense of the full value range. Probably get more into her face before I really worry about the hair. She does have like a black dress on. And I went way warm on my black, but that's okay. Kind of like it. glare right there. I'll probably have to come back to this. Maybe not. Hesitant to make that too final just because I have a feeling I'll need to nudge some things around, but that's okay. Let's see here. I think we will scale down the brush a little bit. If this was just a little bigger, I would probably use this size brush for most of it, I think. And I probably kind of could, but maybe we'll do a little more. Do a little more in the broader, you know, larger planes, foreheads and stuff. Why not? Glare. Killing me. Killing me, Smalls. Although I think I finally have the right amount of light on my canvas and palette to where I don't feel like I'm battling against that. Before the last oil painting stream we did, I think I didn't quite have enough light and I wasn't being able to see the colors accurately. And it was a struggle, not gonna lie. Get her rosy cheeks in there. That's one thing, like if I don't get her makeup right, she'll let me hear it. She does a very good job on her makeup. Not overly done, just stylish. Little more heat in those shadows, I think. Seeing there's a little bit more. It's mostly on the edges, but I'm still gonna say, fuck it, let's sneak some more in there regardless. So I was wanting a little more heat plus a little more air in the shadows, even though they are darker than that technically, but I like to have some air in there where I can. I'm going to switch to a flat brush instead of a filbert. But we don't need to go too small on that. And this one is a synthetic mongoose from Rosemary Brushes. Their Eclipse line is synthetic mongoose. I love the long flats, long filberts. To me, they just have the right amount of flex where I can really play with the calligraphy of the mark. So I love that stuff. That shit makes me happy. And let's get our mall stick out here, huh? So we don't fuck things up. I don't know if I really need to get into, actually I should do an accent in there first. How about that? Let's do that first. Get our accents in the ears. Her cute little ears. If anyone has any questions along the way as well, please don't hesitate. It doesn't have to be about the art. It could be about something completely unrelated, or it could just be a topic of discussion. We're not picky around these parts. We'll talk about anything and everything. What was I gonna do? to get this thing caught on wires. Still not really the time for hard edges, so I want to be a little mindful of that. Not something I want to rush into. Actually, let's use this. For those darks in the nose, nostrils and stuff, I don't want to use. Really don't want a cool dark. I want nice heat to get, some kind of sense of light. That might be a little too dark. Bring in more like accent kind of heat in here too at some point, but not quite yet. This might actually work for her upper lip. Again, I don't want to get too hard with the edges yet. As you start to kind of lay colors in and things start to kind of come together, sometimes what happens is the relationship of the colors will become more clear, right? So while this is definitely cooler. It's not actually as blue as I initially thought. So I gotta adjust that. I don't have to. I could keep it if I wanted to really push the warms and cools apart. I could keep it, but right now I'm wanting to get, I don't know, like, I don't mind deviating from the reference a little bit. Hello, it's Mr. Chi. How are you? And welcome. We're just venturing into some oils here. I'm trying to get back to them after a little too long away. So a little bit of portrait painting. And just trying not to fuck it up. But I make no promises. Anything can happen. Let's do our best. All right on. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, I normally do either like pencils or digital painting. I miss oil painting, so I figured, you know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Gamsol dripping down my brush. So it's kind of interesting. There's an interesting play of cool, warm, cool that's actually happening. So get above that glare a little bit. And let that stuff dry a little bit before we throw highlights in, but then it's cooling off again as I think that both sides were catching some skylight is my guess. So I'm gonna cool off a bit. That's a little too much. Yeah, there is a lot of digital. Partly because digital, it's just so much easier to stream it, you know? What's funny is like on the Mac, hello, Ezanami. Yeah, on the Mac it was actually a lot easier for me to stream traditional, but I recently switched back to PC and had to kind of figure out another method for it. But I'm figuring it out. It's not perfect. I think I'd like to get a better camera at some point for this, but it's, you know, it's not terrible. Hey, thanks for the follow, Azanami, I appreciate it. I'm seeing this kind of coolness popping up on some of these other planes. It's kind of fun. I'm not opposed to kind of pushing the colors a bit further, knowing that I'll probably paint over them a bit. So I'm gonna play this one up a little more, partly because that plane is a little closer, so I kind of want a little more saturation there, even though I think it's a little too green. Should have done really in blue instead of manganese, but that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we're getting all kinds of different blues popping up in here, so we're gonna run the gamut. Some cobalt blue, I think, up on that forehead will help. So kind of nudging a couple things around here. Hey, thanks, File Browser. Yeah, I'm actually going to get a little more color in the cheeks because she does actually have, it's a little bit lighter and a little bit like cleaner. I'm just not quite there yet. Sort of want to lay in some colors that I can paint over the top of. And have them maybe show through a little bit. Catching a glare on some of that paint. It's always tricky when you want your stroke to go in a certain direction, but then that direction just catches all this glare. Oh, the joys of painting. I have the paint book, so the larger one. What is it, like 15 inches wide or 15 and a half inches wide or something like that. In this case, tall. I don't know what size. What am I painting on? Looks like a 10 by 12 maybe? Something like that. I think that's the size of my panel here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Get into the bridge. I love it, honestly. I know they're not cheap, but I find it so convenient, just the fact that it's so low profile. It works well for me. I have a couple different Pochade boxes. Like I have the EZL Pro, I think, and I have I think I got the Blackfoot from Alla Prima Pochade, and they're both beautiful. They're great, but I do love how low profile the Edge Pro is, the Edge Gear. It works well for me. Once in a while, I'll break out the others just because I feel bad having paid for them and not using them. But yeah, I have a few Pochade boxes that get various amounts of use or disuse. But I found that this is the one I tend to use the most. So, that tells me something about it. And I always feel like, with any art supplies, so I knew I was going to be correcting this. With any art supplies, I always feel like price is worth it if it makes you want to use it. Because if you go for something that's cheaper, but you don't enjoy using it, then you wasted your money. Whereas if you go for something expensive and it makes you want to pick it up and paint or sketch or whatever, then it's totally worth it. I'm gonna get back to her ear. Probably should have painted on that when it was a little more wet, but that's okay. Right? Yeah. And, like in some cases, sure, you don't have to go crazy on art supplies, but in some cases it actually makes your job a little easier, That's where I never used to want or like I was afraid to buy like nicer brushes and stuff like that. And once I finally did, granted by that time I was, a professional making a living as a sketch artist and stuff, and which is what I do. But by the time I actually bought some nice brushes and used them, I was like, oh my God, these just like automatically get the marks that I've always wanted. And I was kind of blown away. Was kicking myself for not venturing into it sooner. I was like, wow, I was struggling needlessly for, trying to get some of these marks. So that's why, like, as soon as I tried out the Rosemary Mongoose brushes, the long filberts and the long flats, I was just like, oh my God, I'm in love with these things. And can't go back. I don't know how detailed I actually want to get with the ear. Seems like kind of a silly place to spend too much time, but we'll get there. Yeah, those Stratas are nice, you know? And I almost got one, but I was just like, dude, I don't need another Prashad box. I've got too many. I can't justify it. But the Stratas are dope. I dig the simplicity of them. You know, I think they're pretty rad in that regard. Hang on. I'm gonna grab a smaller brush here, but just to soften some of this. This is getting too silly up in here. Missing some of the heat that's in here. And I actually need to get a little lighter on some of those spots. The nice thing with the Strata, I think, too, I think they have a bit more storage in them, don't they? Or you can get one that does. That's the one thing I like about that Blackfoot that I have from Alla Prima Prashad, is that you can actually keep all your paint and stuff in there. So it's convenient in that regard. But it wouldn't easily fit in a backpack or anything like that. So yeah, there are some slight downsides. Okay, I also want to get yeah, I'm kind of liking the filberts a little more right now. Into these eyes here pretty quick too. Start bringing in a little bit of something in there. Oh, really? I don't think I'd updated on the tag traditional, no, not traditional dance, traditional art. Can I save that while on, or does it do it automatically? No, I see the button. Done. There. Sorry, I've been doing stuff through like Restream and I keep forgetting. Yeah, I just added in as a tag. I keep forgetting to actually update on Twitch because I don't think Restream updates the tags. So I kind of want to work my way down to the eyes there. And this is where it's always like really tricky for me not to just jump right into hard edges, because you know I always want to, you know, and just start like getting into those eyes, but it's not easiest way to do it. And the eyeballs don't mean much if you don't get the brows doing what they should, so it's a good idea to focus a bit on the brows, getting them kind of conveying the energy that you want. So I'm gonna have to, alright, really quick, I do want to adjust the color in the shadows on the cheeks there, because it is way too warm and green, and I really need it to be going a lot more violet. Much cooler. And then we'll play with some. Where's that color go? Still looking a little gray in there. So I just want to kind of push it to a cleaner sort of color. I don't have to, but I kind of want to. So definitely want to. I feel like you can cool off a little bit more. And that bit of the ear is going to have to catch a ton more light at some point. I'm going to have to pile on some paint onto the brush and just dab something in. Gonna get into the lights there just yet. Well, thanks for popping by, and I appreciate it. I'll be back on Thursday. I'm only streaming two nights a week right now, Mondays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. Pacific. So if you can stop by on Thursday, love to have you along again. get into those eyes a bit, so I'm just like mixing all my dark colors, but I am gonna want to push because she does have green eyes, so I do want to kind of push the dark toward that. And then I'll bring the lights of the eyes in around it to kind of nudge those darks around a bit. Kind of looking at the warms and cools right now, and the shifts that they're doing. Eyelids, they're like really catching some light, so So this is pretty much a sable brush. It's from the Evergreen line that Rosemary makes. I don't often love sable brushes for oils, but in this case, I like these quite a bit. Need to kind of adjust just because it's gonna get too late. She's not actually looking at us right now. It feels that way. But it's a tricky one because she's like looking kind of just above camera. Sometimes, all right. Instantly that changed sort of the bridge of the nose there, so I should address some of that. And now that right eye needs to shift toward us more. The only downside with working this small is then, like, okay, I don't usually like to get so finicky with stuff, but like if I was working larger, I would. So I figure, whatever. We'll get into some details, it's okay. quite blue enough. Like a little too desaturated, so yeah. Hey, Leo Rasila. Thanks for the follow. It's a little tricky sometimes with these lights in the eyes. You don't want to go too light with them. And then I gotta bring some of the darks down right on top from the lashes. Catching some glare, so it's hard for me to see exactly where I need to go on that. Thanks, Leo. I appreciate that. Kind of just like trying to get back to oils. You know, I mostly do kind of pencil work and then digital work, and I was just missing my oil paints too much, and it's been a little too long. So, yeah, sort of trying to venture back in. So I'm looking for a right size brush that I want, and I feel like I've got everything except that size. Everywhere in between. Hang on. Whoop. There we go. I can see a little more now. Her eyes are looking a little too dark. And I want her to have slightly lighter. Hate to nitpick that much, but sometimes you have to if you feel like it's not quite capturing something in the person, you know? But it's tough because sometimes you also are looking at color modulations that the camera catches, but you wouldn't actually see them that way in life. So there's always kind of a balance we're trying to strike here, especially working from photo reference as opposed to, you know, alive sitting. It's been a while since I've worked, like, painted from a live model. I mean, hell, it's been a while since I drew from a live model, but you know, I still remember some of that stuff. Leo, how's your evening going? If it's evening, I don't know what time zone you're in. So I'll do this sometimes where, you know, I've got colors where I know if I mix them up, they're just going to kind of get me toward a, you know, certain color. In this case, kind of toward a flesh tone. So I might as well use them as a base, and then push and pull from there according to what I need. Something, gotta get some of those lights in there. See if this working this small, it's a little tricky to get all these shapes just right unless you want to break out like the really tiny brushes. You know, which isn't always a bad idea if I'm gonna work this tiny, but I don't really feel like going that crazy with it. I could keep it a little bit looser, but whatever. Whatevs. I think it's also that her eyebrows need to go a little higher up. Man, so the other tricky part is when you have your reference up on the screen, right? Because the screen can go so much brighter than paint can go. Now, I tried to manage that a bit and, you know, like darkened the reference down a little, but it's still, it's tricky to get up to those higher values sometimes without it getting too chalky. Unless you let the paint dry a little bit, so you can just kind of lay some really bright values on top. I mean, I could also go much heavier. I'm just not quite ready to do that yet. I need to make sure that I'm gonna. I mean, if I laid some heavy marks down and then I had to change things, I could always scrape them down and redo them, but I'd rather not have to do that. I see, so her nose shape is a bit off there as well. So let's, correct that. we were kind of losing that upward tilt of the chin because some of these shapes were not what they should have been. Very dramatic music for this painting. She has on this like magenta lipstick, so. Although I guess it's basically alizarin. Normally I would not do hard edges on the lips like that, except in the case of lipstick, I feel like you can get away with it. If I were painting natural lips, I would not do any hard edges except maybe where there were some accents. And even now, I might soften some of them. Possibly. And there are a couple ways we can soften edges. Sometimes you can actually soften them, feathering them. And then other times you can just make them less contrast, right? With whatever's adjacent, you can just bring the values closer, and usually that'll also have the effect of kind of softening them up. So, good to weigh our options. One thing I want to do here, get earring in. I kind of feel like maybe I gotta lighten up that ear again first. Now that it's had a little bit of time to sit there, I think I can get value close enough. Because my little ear is catching some light. Quite a lot of it. darker, a little hotter. I think before I get into the before I put that earring in, I want to do a bit more on her hair. Bring a little bit more value in there. Not too much. I'm liking some of those like transparent marks, but her hair is not that shade of red. She naturally has like kind of an auburn hair that she'll sort of push a little toward the red. But it's not that like fiery kind of, right? So she doesn't get any of the yellows in there. And then I also want to get some of the like cool lights that it's catching up top. We'll see about getting this earring in there, which is mostly just gonna be actually getting the highlights on it. with a bar through it. Not super gold though, is it? Because it's highly reflective. So it's subtle. Until I hit the hot highlights, but most of it is, it's really kind of subtle thing. Hey, thanks, Z Moody. Appreciate that. I'm happy with it. There's some little things I'm definitely gonna need to tweak, but I'm happy with where it's going. Just hitting some little details on the earrings real quick before I get back to get back to some of that skin. Her nose shape isn't quite there, so I gotta adjust that. Well, except that some of the shapes are off, so so it really does need some tweaking. I'm not just saying it. So I've got to just kind of adjust some shapes and values, and we're gonna have to actually get pretty light on some of this. I'm a little afraid to go super light on it, but I don't really have a choice. Kinda have to. Let's adjust some of these shapes. It really is, man, in writing. Dude, revisions, right? You like get your first draft done and you're like, hell yeah, got my first draft done. And then you realize you're gonna have to spend just as much time on draft after draft after draft and tweaking and perfecting. I know, I dabble in writing a bit on the side myself, so mad props to people who pursue it full time. Yeah, for sure. Hey, thanks for the follow, Z Moody. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's like such a tease, right? When you get that first draft done. Because, I mean, obviously, it's a huge accomplishment, no matter what. But there's still no getting around realizing that now the real work starts. I think some of this stuff is a little too cool. I could get away with it, but I don't know. I don't want it quite that cool. And man, there's still a lot of room to bring these values way up. Again, I'm a little hesitant, but I feel like I'm gonna have to, because they're actually pretty damn light. Yeah, editing. Woo. It is a beast. Might actually use our ball stick here. Become famous? Do you want to get banned? Yes, you do. Hey, M. Kutch. How you doing? Welcome. Thanks for joining. And, Z Moody, what kind of stuff do you write, by the way? Out of curiosity. Brush marks are hitting the light at different angles, so it's a little tricky for me to really see what the hell they're doing. Oh, right on. Cool. Are you doing like books? Are you submitting to publications? Like what's your goal there? Or maybe a bit of everything. Oh, right on. To both of you. Awesome on the manuscript. And Mariah, I'm super happy you're going to be painting along. I love it. I love when we all get to hang out and paint together. Virtually speaking. It's a good thing, you know? Definitely needs work here. What's happening is the nose looks a little too much like we're seeing it head on, and that is not the case. So to make sure I get that a little more accurate. Which so my colors that I currently have on my palette, and I just added like a few more. I was gonna go more limited originally, and then I was like, you know what? I don't want to battle with that. So I have Italian Terra Rosa here. I have Burnt Umber, Permanent Alizarin, Burnt Sienna, Cad Red Light, Cad Yellow Light, Indian Yellow, Titanium White, Ultramarine Blue, Olive Green, Cobalt Blue. You can barely discern Manganese Blue and Cerulean Blue, and then Payne's Gray. I don't tend to use Naples Yellow or Yellow Ochre all that much, just because it sort of adds another color on. Even though Yellow Ochre is really nice for certain skin tones, I will say. But currently, with the reference I have, I didn't feel like Yellow Ochre would quite get me there. I'm gonna throw a little bit of tone down here. And then the light is just like really catching her skin and gets super cool. So we're gonna have to not fuck around and just go for it. Because she has very fair skin, so at a certain point it's just like reflecting the sky. It's crazy. And then I'll bring in a little bit of lighter but warmer highlights in here. Thank you. Yeah, so I shot the picture. It's portrait of my girlfriend, and I'd shot it. It was like right after the sun went down, so it was basically just ambient light, and it was very very cool, which I loved because I do like that kind of a color palette. It's a challenge, but it's a lot of fun, I have to say. I feel like there's still. It's tough when you're working smaller and you're trying to get likeness. What'll happen is just like the slightest little bit off, and it won't quite look like the person anymore. You know, because obviously, like, small movements on a small painting have big consequences. And it's not like this is super tiny, but it's small enough. Especially if I don't want to sit there and noodle with little tiny brushes, which I don't. It's not really my style. I feel like I need to clean up some colors here a bit. Some of them are getting a little ambiguous for my taste. I also need to get a bit of heat in some of these areas. I feel I'm kind of lacking. Just bring the dark accents back in. But for now, I need to lighten this up quite a bit. Her nose is a little too dark underneath there. Yeah, it's funny. Some of those, more desat colors like yellow ochre and Naples and stuff. I feel like I used to use those a lot more, and for whatever reason, I just kind of enjoy the process of desaturating colors myself. Even though it would probably be easier to get to some of those colors using the others, but I'm also kind of not like trying not to have too many colors on my palette. I already feel like I have more than is strictly necessary, but whatever. That's okay. Alright. Nice. Man, I haven't used Rose Madder in a long time, but I see people get some really beautiful colors out of it. I keep oscillating between wanting to work just in a limited palette versus wanting to actually match the colors that I see. And you can't really do both. You can get close with some limited palettes, but you're not gonna match like a full color thing, but that's not the point, right? Like with a limited palette, you're wanting that unity that it offers, which is super fun. I just decided to kind of take a step back and do more kind of color matching, just because I've been away from oils for too long and kind of just really want to get back into them. So I'm getting back into them. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I normally am doing digital stuff, especially for work. It's all digital illustration. And then even on my own time, I just didn't have the time to really get into oils. So I would do some watercolor and stuff here and there. But it was mostly drawing. But I just missed this stuff. So kind of in the same boat, like because we're all working from home now, I don't have to commute into work like an hour each way. So I've got a bit of extra time to play with here. And loving it. And somehow it's still not enough time, but whatever. Whatever. Alright, that I feel still needs to lighten under the nose there. Want it lighter, but still fairly hot. That's better. So tempted to throw some magenta onto my palette. I didn't do it. So I'm trying not to right now. Like I still really want to, but I ain't gonna. It's just so nice that quinacridone magenta, you just get such nice saturation at a high value with it. It's really fun. Yeah, doing a little CMYK. Yeah, I used to use the hell out of it, at least out of magenta. I loved that color. I still love that color, and I use it a lot in my digital painting. I always find that I end up adding some magenta in there one way or another. But I haven't really been using it, mostly because I've been wanting to do a little more accurate colors, whereas before, when I used to do a bit more oil painting, I would just throw down all kinds of crazy colors. I didn't care as long as the values were there, right? But it's kind of not where I'm wanting to go as much these days. But we'll see. I still like to do some of that. It's fun. Let's get our nostrils. Let's get that shape right also. Keep having them go down, and it's messing with the perspective. So let's not do that. Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of, I guess I took painting classes from a lot of different teachers that kind of all had different methodologies. There was some that were like, never have black on your palette because you should make your own black, which is what I tend to do. But at the same time, I had a painting teacher that I loved, and his thought was, hey, if ivory black was good enough for Sargent, it's good enough for us. Which, can't argue there. But at the same time, I just enjoy mixing my own black. So Payne's Gray is the closest I'll get to black, but it is far from black unless you use it straight. Then it can get close, but it's still pretty blue. I mean, a desaturated blue, but still fairly blue. Technically this should be more purple, but I'm kind of digging the blue, so I'm running with it. And this will kind of like allow the painting to handle a little more actual blue in it. So I was wanting to put some more, but I didn't think it could quite go there. So I'm gonna force it. Just because I can. And I keep getting the proportions around her eyes not quite right. I did this in a previous painting too. And it's bugging the shit out of me. Serves me right for not plotting that stuff a little more carefully. But that's okay, we can. They're not far off, it's just I think those tear ducts are a little too not quite right. See, even that little tiny bit feels better. Just in terms of the accuracy. I know, I'll figure out a layout as well so that I can have the reference up for you guys to see. I saw one person that had a cool, like, you could bring up the reference with a command and it would just stay up for a little bit and then go away, which is kind of cool. So like people in chat were able to sort of just call up reference on the stream, but it wouldn't like mess with whatever he was doing. And I thought that was pretty cool. But then girlfriend would have to be okay with me putting pictures of her up. The brush is this is only a size 1. It's a Rosemary brush, so Rosemary and Company. It's part of their Evergreen line, which is a really nice synthetic line. And I don't usually like synthetic brushes that much, but this one, I like their Evergreens a lot. And their Eclipses, which are synthetic mongoose, like those are fantastic. I mean, I love their brushes, so I highly recommend them. Now let's get this. There we go. Now, here's my little girlfriend. Oh, the panel's pretty small. I think the panel's only 10 by 12, maybe, I think. It's a fairly small panel. I looked and realized I have all these like nice linen panels and figured I should probably start using them. I'm just a little hesitant to get into the ones that are mounted on birch just yet, because they're so nice mounted on birch, and I don't want to like fuck them up. So I'm like, all right, we'll practice on the ones that are on gator foam first, and then get into the nicer ones. Yeah, so I'm working on a New Traditions art panel. I love their 600 weave linen. It's like a super fine weave portrait linen, like a really nice Belgian portrait linen. So I get the A600 panels, so they're alkyd primed. Or you could get lead primed, or I think they will also do acrylic primed, but I like the alkyd the most personally. None of us need any lead primed linen, I don't think. We are past those days, I would say. And oddly enough, the whites of her eyes are actually lighter than that. You know, usually the whites are darker than we think, but in this particular case, they're actually a little bit lighter. And I wasn't gonna bother, but I think it'll just help with catching the light in her eyes. If I can get it there without overdoing it. It's accurate in terms of value. It looks too bright. I have to kick that down. also need to cool off a bit, so give me an excuse to kick it down a notch in value and cool them off. So all this stuff is, right, it's just pushing and pulling until you get it right. I don't want to touch the other side. I'm afraid to. I'm afraid. But we'll do it anyway. Yeah, and it's fun, like, once you get to that point in a painting, too, that you can kind of push and pull the shapes around, you know. I'm going to do a little bit of work on the background. And then see how I feel about everything. I mean, I'm not painting the full background, by the way. I just want to get, you know, a little more going on. Let's get rid of some of these colors that we don't really need right now. Make a little bit of room on this palette. Normally, I like to work on a wood palette. I did order the wood palette for this, so it's on the way. But I would also normally work on a slightly larger palette. Just because, even though this is plenty big for a painting this size, yeah, this palette is fine. Don't really need it bigger than this. I'm not gonna necessarily try and replicate the background that I'm seeing, but I don't mind, like, getting maybe kind of close, but I mostly just want some darker values, and actually I'm gonna want to lose the edge of that hair. Against the background. So we're gonna do that too. I use titanium white, and the Mariah, are you talking about the easel that I'm using? Which is the Edge Gear Pro, the paint book that Edge Gear makes. Occasionally I'll use some other whites, but I just find myself coming back to titanium white all the time. So I stopped fighting it, at least for now. I do like some of the like titanium zinc white that it's either Williamsburg or Gamblin that makes it. I forget. Um, but I like that one. It dries pretty damn quick. The only thing with the zinc white is it yellows quite a bit, so you just have to kind of be prepared for that. Yeah, so this is the Edge Gear paint book. They make a smaller one. This is the larger. I think it's 15.5 inches. Like, I have it on its side. You can open it like a laptop. It also has a mount on the back, a 1/4 inch thread to mount on a standard tripod, which is pretty rad. I've used it like that many a time. It's quite handy. So this is gonna help, I think, nudge some of these colors just a little. Actually pretty cool. So I'm kind of just matching some of the colors in the background, but not necessarily wanting to like paint the background. So but I love this sharp edge that's happening. So we are going to capitalize on that. It is. Someone else was asking me about that earlier in the stream, and yeah, it's not cheap, but I love using it. And you know, as I was saying before, I think any art supplies that make you want to pick them up and use them are worth the investment, because you know, otherwise what's the point, right? Buying something else that's maybe it's cheaper, but if you don't love using it, then who cares? You know, it's still a waste of money if you don't want to use the thing. So whereas this, like, I love using it. It's a pleasure. So there's still some proportions that are off, and I'm debating how much I want to really correct them. That helps a little bit. Like in the photo, there's a tree behind her that's catching, you know, some light through it. But then there's a building too, and yeah. Yeah, that's actually what it was kind of designed around, was more doing plein air stuff. And I know quite a few big name artists use this thing. I'm a fan of Pashad boxes. I have a few of them, a few different ones, and this one's my favorite. So I would highly recommend. Highly recommend. Feel like I need to try and correct some of these issues, and I'm not entirely sure what is causing them. So all I can really do is correct a few things and see how it feels, and it's tough because really what I'm going off of is what I'm going off of is the fact that, you know, she's my girlfriend, and I know that there's something that doesn't quite look like her in this. Like, it looks, anyone looking at it that knows her will know who it is, but I'm like, it's a little off. And some of it's just some of the values where things aren't quite sitting back in the way that they should. So I feel like the placement is okay, it's just the values are not pushing and pulling the forms in space the way that I need them to. Yeah. It is, I do like to work in those kind of limited ranges and just see where I can kind of nudge the colors around and see what I can get away with. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. What are you gonna do? Yeah, but I mean, those Strata easels look great, though. I gotta say, I had thought about getting one, but because I already have several Pashot boxes, I was like, dude, I don't need another one. I really don't. So I refrained from getting one, but I do like them quite a bit. And yeah, the paint book, you know, you can get it in it's like a black, I don't know what it is, carbon fiber or something as well, but I was like, nope, wood for me. And then you can choose the stain that you want as well on it, which is kind of nice. I'm a fan of wood built things. Actually need to lose that edge a little bit, I think. Always handy to lose some edges in the eyes. No antique. And you know what's nice is you can at least carry some brushes with you on this if you want to. You know, let's hope the little scraper doesn't fall out. So there's a little paint scraper there, and you could carry a few brushes here. Unfortunately, it's not deep enough to carry tubes of paint, which kind of sucks. It would be nice. But you could always preload your palette if you wanted to, you know, possibility. And then it sticks on with magnets, so you don't have to worry about it like just popping out. So it's handy. It is handy. All right, we gotta turn some forms here real quick in a few places. One is here. I think that's part of it, is this was starting to flatten out and come forward on that far end, and it should be going back in space. It should darken in value. I'm a little hesitant to run right into that, but we're gonna do it anyway. But I don't want to overdo it. So the other thing is I am cooling it off, right? Because really to turn form, it's a little better to change the temperature first and then go to a value shift. Away. was hesitant to get into these marks just because they can age someone up really quick if you make them too harsh. Yeah, I mean, it is nice, but at the same time, I don't know, there's also something nice about earning a little bit of a wear and tear on it, you know? But it's always hard when they're brand new. It's like, you don't want to get too much paint on them, you don't want to get them too messy, and then at a certain point, you just gotta like rip the band-aid off and be like, no, let's give this thing some love, you know? It deserves it. Deserves some love. Want a bit more warmth there in the chin. Come back in with some lighter colors at some point. I think other part of it is, yeah, it's so weird how little proportions and like super subtle, but it shifts and again it like looks more like her. And I know part of it is that this eye needs to shift over and I'm so hesitant to do it. But I need to. Gots to. It's actually not that bad to do it. Just a couple little nudges. And gives me a chance to soften up some areas there. Yeah, I also have one of the, I think it's the Blackfoot by Alla Prima Pochade. Another beautiful one. It's wood as well, but pretty, I mean, nicely built. You can actually carry paint tubes with you, which is rad. Very, very handy. It's just bulkier. I like that this one is more low profile, but I do like that. I do like the Alla Prima Pochade boxes as well. I think it just kind of depends on your purpose for it, you know, as far as which one is better. Glare. Oh, raid. Whoa, who's raiding? Cat videos. I love cat videos. Thanks for the raid. What's up? How are y'all doing? Welcome. You're catching me on a oil painting day. Kind of recently getting back into oils here after far too long of a hiatus. Everyone, thank you. Thank you for the follows. Oh, right on. What cat videos? What were you painting? Do you have anything you can show us? Anything you want to link? Please feel free. We like links around here. Cool. Cool. Yeah, no rush. I am. Although, I mean, technically she's not a Lander woman. She is my girlfriend, though. Who I guess most of my girls end up looking like. Whether I intend it or not. I can't help it. She looks like a little elf, and I like to draw little elves. How's everyone doing on this? Ooh, let's see. I want to see. How's everyone doing on this Monday night? Oh, cool. Ooh, you got a fancy panel and stuff. Right on. Hey, that's rad. Everyone, go check out cat videos and give a follow, because I don't think I'm following you now. That's rad. What's I'm like trying to see. Ooh, is it like, is that a gravestone, or is it more like a sign? Is it a graveyard? Oh, cool. Yeah, I like Trakel does some fun panels. Right on. How long do you think you'll be spending on it? And how long have you spent on it thus far? I always like oscillate between wanting to get stuff done really quickly and then taking my time. Damn details. Really quick, I gotta get accents back in her ear. They kind of got covered up a little bit. We want some of that depth. Oh, is it? Okay. That's cool though. I mean, that's not when do you stream? How often do you stream? And Archer Kell, welcome, sir. Everyone, welcome friend and co-worker and fellow artist, Archer Kell. We stream at the same times on Monday nights, so. Art by Mellow, thank you for the follow. The Real Bearminator, thank you for the follow. Thanks for the hydrate. And the stretch, which I do absolutely need. Tarky Fensington, thank you for the follow. Dassimilate, I'm Just Thomas. Art Spaz, Deadbeat Artist. Thank you all for the follows. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I know how that goes. I appreciate your raid. Yeah, it's mostly like... Oh, that's some good cracks in the back there. Still needing to nudge this eye over, and I'm afraid some of this stuff would be a little easier if I kind of let things dry a bit more, which I might do to kind of fine-tune few details later, but I kind of don't want to. I want this to just be like a kind of alla prima deal, and so we're gonna do what we can. Soften up some of these edges because they do not need to be that hard. And move that eye. It is a little intimidating sometimes, you know, because it's like I want it to look good. Of course, that's always the problem, right? Is that you get too concerned with it looking good and everything you know just flies out the door. So I'm trying not to do that. I feel like if I can just get it to look more like her, then it'll look good. Because she looks good. So, you know. I mean, that's always my approach. I'm always like, well, she looks good, so what's the problem? Just make it look like her, but I don't know. You know, I get more picky with the paintings of her. And I have yet to get a painting directly of her that I really like. So far, this is my favorite one. Well, there is the one of her in that little garter belt that turned out pretty nice. if I do say so myself. I don't think Twitch would appreciate me showing booty on stream though, so I ain't gonna do that. I get really good drawings of her. I can do that. Paintings have eluded me. A little more air in those shadows. Thanks, man. I do like it so far. It's little by little coming along. Shit, I should probably consider going to bed sometime soon. Wake up in the morning and get work done. But I do want to get it to a place that I'm happy with. You know, like I hate leaving something when I know, like, oh, I gotta do this and I gotta do that. Doing? Hang on, my cat is taking special interest in something that's outside the screen door. And there is another cat that comes around that is not so friendly, and I don't want it latching on the screen. Be right back. Okay. False alarm. All good. She's just a drama queen. Too late. I'm back. Autumn. None of your shenanigans. Alright. I feel like I just want to nudge some of this stuff around and soften some things. Like I said, there is no need for some of these really hard edges. Of course, some of them I do need. Why would I ban my bot? What did my bot do? Nightbot has been very well behaved tonight. Thank you very much. I need some cool highlights here. Yeah, Nightbot's an asshole sometimes. Gotta say. It's kind of just obviously a little finicky, sort of little details now, just to kind of wrap it up. Just tightening it up in areas, and actually her neck needs a little more light. I don't want to go too crazy on it, but needs a little. Autumn, how'd your stream go, dude? What'd you work on? And is there anything you want to show us? Feel free to link stuff, brother. Oh, cool. Right on. That's right. I caught like a tiny bit of it, I think, on Friday. But I was pretty fried on Friday. Alright, now we're going to get some legit light up on her forehead, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Probably. I always say that, and then I always end up like staying on for another like 20 minutes. Because then I'm like, oh, and this, and this, and this thing, and this too. Actually, I want some cooler lights. It is a professional capacity. Both me and Archer Kell here lead the illustration department at an ad agency in Hollywood, and we specialize in doing entertainment advertising. So we do everything from help sketching concepts for posters and games and TV to, you know, occasionally actually getting to illustrate them. So yeah, that is our day job. I mean, there have been a few, to be honest. I was really happy with the art poster that I did for Joker. Um, there's one where it's like his face is all like melty, you know? Like I had illustrated that. That was a lot of fun. Um, the cover that I had done for, or that I painted, because the art director came up with it, but the cover that I painted for the recent Star Wars Squadrons game that EA put out. Super, super fun piece to paint up. Love working with EA. They're one of my favorite clients. And the art director just crushed it on that concept. It was rad. Yeah, Joker was super fun. That was a pretty rewarding campaign for us. I feel like for everyone to work on. It's pretty damn fun. The original IMAX poster for Avengers Endgame, I had a blast painting that up because, you know, it was Endgame and I was super stoked for that film, and then I got to paint up that poster on top of a very cool comp that the art director came up with. That was a lot of fun. There have been some good ones that I've been very happy to take part in. Including a couple upcoming pieces that I can't talk about until they're actually out. Okay, I really need to figure out her eyes. Why are they not? Which one is that? Oh yeah, the Squadrons piece. Yeah, dude, that piece was super fun. Oh really? Oh man, that's lame. It's always the case, right? Alright, what is it with her eyes? Her eyes. It's this eye. It's the angle of it. Subtle. Yeah, and it's, you know, it's tough because at the end of the day, they're almost always you know, they're almost always like a joint effort in one way or another, you know. So it gets a little tricky. Like, you know, I can say like, hey, yeah, I painted this thing up or that thing up, but oftentimes there is a whole team. As far as like, you know, it might be an art director that comes up with the concept, and then, you know, creative director and clients kind of nudge it forward, and then it gets to a certain point where then they're like, okay, now let's paint this thing up and make it look dope, you know. So it's a big team effort, inevitably. Even the great Drew Struzan went through the same process, you know. You don't hear about it, but that is the case. Usually it was an ad agency that kind of figured out the composition and all that stuff, and then they would hand it to him, and he would paint it up and make it look super fucking cool. But, you know, that's the ad world. And of course, it was after Drew that then they were like, okay, no one gets to take full credit for this anymore. Which, I mean, rightfully so. You know? Yeah, I think... I feel like the only thing that was me start to finish, that went to finish, was the IMAX poster for Justice League. I think that's the only one that I can really say was like all me. So, other than that, it's always a joint effort. A group effort. I mean, granted, sometimes they like hand us, you know, a half-baked concept, and then we have to figure it out. And then it might as well be all us. But you know, that's just part of it. It's part of the process sometimes. She needs a little bit more light in her eyes, and then I'm gonna stop noodling, I think. Maybe. No, so basically how it works is, you know, since we work at an agency, pretty much everything we do that the agency does is essentially work for hire for the film studio or TV studio or game studio. So, you know, I mean, they pay us for the work, but technically they have all the rights to it. So, you know, it all kind of comes down to getting permission from the client to be able to even like post stuff in a capacity where we're saying that, hey, we worked on this, you know, which is funny because as a fan, like, you could post anything you wanted and they wouldn't say anything. But like, if I posted it, even just as a fan, I would and have gotten called out. It happens. Yeah, it's just it is a little sad sometimes. But, you know, this is like I'm coming up on the end of my 13th year as a sketch artist here, so you know, about to go into my 14th year. Kind of used to it now. Even though, yeah, I mean, there are pieces that I've been super proud of, and it would be awesome to be able to kind of, you know, take a little more credit for it. And you know, the hard part is too, when you can't, or when someone kind of shuts you down, then it makes you kind of not want to take credit, you know? It makes like, at a certain point, I basically just took all of my work stuff off of my, you know, ArtStation, off of my social media, because I just didn't want to deal with possible ramifications. I was like, whatever, I'll keep it to my personal work. It's kind of all people really care about anyway. At least the people that follow me on like Instagram and stuff, they never really cared much about my professional work anyway, which is kind of funny. Even when I was like super excited about it. Dude, really? Thank you, Autumn. Yeah. I'm trying not to noodle. I'm really trying, but I just keep seeing little things that need to be nudged and noodled. And again, it's just these values that are a little too light, and so forms aren't sitting back as far as they should. That's a little better. Alright. Gonna add a couple hits of color and then I gotta call it a night. For reals this time. I want some, even though it's totally not anywhere in the photo, I want some of those cools in there. I mean, you know, what's the point? You're not gonna tweak the photo and try and make it a little more interesting. I don't know if I quite succeeded because it's quite a nice photo, but what else? I can try. Off those little cheeks. Those cheeks. It's getting a little pasty in some of these parts. I think sometimes my cat walks by and wonders who the hell I'm talking to. Some of these spots I just kept getting lighter to reach the right level of contrast when I probably should have Rather than pushing areas lighter, I should have pushed some areas darker. Shame on me. I have this tendency to go too light, and then things start to get pasty, and then I have to wrangle everything back. So, note to self, try going darker before going lighter. It's looking more like her. It's funny, it just kind of looks like the like painted version, you know, whatever that was. Like when you see, I don't know if you've seen some of those things where they put photos of like people that John Singer Sargent painted next to the paintings, and you can totally see that his is like the kind of idealized painted version. Although in this case, I don't feel like it's necessarily the idealized version. It's just kind of this painted version. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Man, nudging eyes around. This is where I wish I could just like lasso tool them and just getting there. It's getting there. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ooh. It ain't one thing, it's another. Hey, Inkwell, how's it going? Thank you. I'm not on for too much longer. I'm just trying to wrap this up here. Little nudges here and there. Nitpicking the hell out of it because I would really like to be able to post it and be proud. kitten. What you doing? What you doing? Huh? What's the little cat doing? What you doing? Oh, come here. Come say hi. Come say hi. Say hi to stream. Say hi, Dana. Say hi, Dana. Those little green eyes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You can go. She hates me now. She's like, aren't you usually in bed by this time? Come on. Turn the lights off. You gotta finish up the painting of girlfriend. In the image, her eyebrows are actually raised a little more, but it doesn't. It has more to do with the expression, not so much like it's not affecting likeness. I do like the expression, so I am tempted. No, I won't. I don't think I'll do it tonight. Maybe. I'm tempted to kind of raise those eyebrows because she was clearly giving me a like, dude, really kind of a look, and I didn't really paint that in. She was probably like, stop taking pictures. My favorite medium to work in, honestly, it kind of depends on what I'm doing. I mean, I love oils, I really do. But sometimes if all you're trying to do is tell a story, you know, and you just want to get that story out, I mean, it's hard to beat digital, you know, and there's plenty of things that I've done, probably mostly for work, where I'm like, I'm glad I don't have to do this traditionally because it goes so much faster in digital. And I wouldn't want to have to spend that kind of time on an actual painting that then I never even get to show because fuck that. And I have, mind you, I've done 1 or 2 oil paintings for work, and then because they never went anywhere, never got to show them. You know, and put quite a bit of time into them too. But oh well. Them's the breaks. Needs a little bit more like red in her hair here. Just subtle. You don't need to go too crazy on it. Hey little cat, what are you doing? Being crazy? Not really. I mean, pretty much in our work, it's all digital. It has to be at this point. Clients don't know how to work with traditional. You know, you could get all the way through a painting, and then they would ask for changes, like ridiculous changes that probably should have been figured out long before. Can we try a different pose? And you're like, dude, it's a painting. No, like, you shouldn't have approved the comp if you wanted a different pose. You know, I mean, yeah, we can completely repaint it, sure. Give me a few days. And they're like, oh, we need it by tomorrow. Well, then no. We can't try a different pose. You know, so it's all digital. It can't not be, really, with very, very few exceptions at this point.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we even get it with sketches, you know, where it's like we'll do a drawing and then they're like, can we turn the head just a little bit, just a little more 3/4? And we're like, yeah, I can redraw the head. Like, let's just call it what it is. Don't make it sound like it's 3D and I can just kind of like slightly turn it and hit render. You know, like, yes, we can do it, but I do have to redraw it. So let's just all keep the timeline in mind. Break out a little tiny brush here to tweak those eyes just a little, because I mean, I like it. It's got this kind of cute, dreamy, sleepy look, but I want her to be a little more alert than that. Probably should have used this in the first place on the eyes, but whatever. Whatevs. Oh, cool. Cool. Let's see. Nice. Dude, that's tight. Love it. Hell yeah. It's fun to see like pixel art with the like atmosphere and stuff. You know? Like, that shit's rad. Now I'm just gonna soften some edges with basically just like a clean clean brush here. Hopefully a fairly dry brush. And then right, I don't really like to have too many hard edges in the lips. These shapes. Hey, thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate that. I will be back on Thursday evening. No idea what I'll be streaming yet. I'm sure we'll figure something out. 7 p.m. Pacific time is when I'll be back on. So if you're around, hop on by. Love to have you. Thanks for the follow, Sculptastic. Alright, we're just about done. I'll probably do a little more noodling tomorrow when I have fresh eyes, and can kind of see a little more clearly what needs to get nudged around. But overall, I like. Soften that a little. Man, okay. This is just gonna keep going, huh? Unless I pull the plug and call it. For now. All right. I work for an agency called Bond. Out in Hollywood. Both Archer Kell and myself close up this stuff so I'm not huffing it anymore. And then I'll get the we'll get this stuff more in line, maybe even so I can actually see. Maybe we'll do whoa, glare much? Damn. That's still wanting to catch a lot of glare, isn't it? Let's see what we can do about that. Come hither, my friend. Yeah, we're not gonna get a good read on this, unfortunately, but you can at least get some details, right? The light's pretty much blowing out the stuff on her forehead. There's a lot more color in it than what we're seeing on camera right now, but still, yeah. I'm okay with where it's going, or where it's gone. So, I am going to call it a night. Thank you, everyone that joined. Cat video, thank you so much for the raid and for everyone that hung around after the raid. Super appreciated. I will be back on Thursday night, 7 p.m. Pacific time. If you haven't already, hit that follow, and you know, you can get notified. I only stream 2 nights a week right now, Mondays and Thursdays, 7 p.m. Pacific, usually till about 10. We went apparently an hour and 10 minutes over today. Oh well, it had to happen. So I think until next time, my friends, y'all have a good night. Sleep well. I know I will. And we will catch you on Thursday.